Okie dokie. I'm gonna get going. Restream. I'm using to stream across multiple places, so I don't know if anyone can hear me. If you want to message, let me know if that's working or not. Other than that, we're gonna get going. I think I've got 3 eyeballs. No, I don't want to do that. Okay. Whilst we're quiet, I'm going to do some of the more tedious work. 2 seconds. Need to get the fur going on this cape, so you can have a good look at how in depth we get. We don't want the butt, we want the cape right here. So it looks kind of messy right now. I'm kind of blocking out the forms of each strand of hair, and I need to finish it, so let's get to it. Let's go with clay. If I have eyeballs on me right now, can someone message me to see if that's popping up? I'm using streaming stuff that I've not used before, and I want to make sure people can see me. Perfect. Thank you, Thomas, for the genuine excitement. Can you hear me as well? You can see me and you can see the sculpting, but can you hear me? Perfect. Okay, that helps. Okay. Actually. Justin, thank you, buddy. It is hard. It can be quite tedious too, but I'm going to show it all, the glamorous and the less glamorous. There's a fur pelt that the character wears as a cape, and every hair. You can't really do hair for miniatures; they would just break off. So you kind of have to do 3D forms that represent tufts of hair. So I can block them out, and that's why they look messy. And right now I'm going in and cleaning it up. Maya's, I use Maya sometimes to block out more hard surface shapes as opposed to organic shapes. But yeah, Maya's a solid one to learn. But yeah, you put all this effort into this detail, and it's going to be like, I don't know, like this whole area is like the size of a pinky fingernail. So it's like, you got to be careful not to put too much effort in, because it'll just go unnoticed anyway, or it'll kind of blur together if it's so small. But yeah, this one will be a cool one to print. I'm excited to get it ready for the printer. Thanks for the love, Philip. Philip Robert, time. Hope you're doing well, my man. Okay. Standard is like a brush that carves, so that's how I kind of create harder edges like this. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm smoothing it out and then drawing lines back in. You got it, Kevin. It's the highly tedious part, but it's got to be done nonetheless. If I show you, hide this shadow. So yeah, I'm doing a cape. It's kind of like this wildebeest creature. They're like super gormless. Um, has a nose ring that attaches to the pelt, and I need to move it around. You'll see this what we call clipping, like the belt's coming through. But I just want to first thing this morning just kind of get into the tedious stuff and do each individual tuft of hair. And it's not even the final shape really. It's kind of just blob with fur on it, but we'll move it around. So yeah, I'm gonna isolate it again. And we'll get back to it. So just like weird blobs right now because I've blocked them in, and I'm kind of just refining them and making them, smoothing them out. Go to the clay brush. With each tool, I can either subtract or add mass. So like each hair is like a step down. If you think of it like a tiled roof or something, I've got to give the impression the one's behind the other. So that kind of looks like scales too, but I'll add texture later on to make them hairy. I'm gonna change my music right now. Here we go. Here's the flatten tool. Let's see. Yeah. Okay. I've got to be careful. I've got to make sure I keep checking the chat, I should say. It is a bit time consuming. There are things you can do. There's tools. There's like brushes and stamps and things, but I'm going kind of like that hand sculpted feel. So that's kind of why I'm doing it individually. But with ZBrush, what you really do is kind of build up the forms more than you need, and then down to the final product, if you know what I mean. I mean, I think I've done hair over most of it. I could kind of add one just to show you. So when I'm doing it, there's the clay brush, and I'll be like, right, I want a hair here. I can build that up. I can dam standard it, which is like the carving tool. It carves in. So I kind of have the basis of what that tuft of hair is going to look like. And then you just got to build it up. It's kind of like values building, like increasing and decreasing. So I'm increasing the size of this, but I want it to be a step down from this hair. So now I build this one up over that one. And if it makes sense around it, I'm now going to decrease it to make sure it looks like it's above that. Like so. And then, yeah, you just refine it from there. So yeah, it's when it comes to detailing, it can be time consuming, just the way it is. And so these two look like they're the same tuft. I don't want that. So I want to make this value higher. Yeah, art always looks like sculpting. It's always going to look a bit funky. It only starts coming together towards the end. So when you look at what I'm looking at now, it looks really lumpy and stuff. So that's up to me to smooth that out and give it that like polished look. And it sure can be time consuming. Put a bit more. And then there's resolutions too. So up here, right now, this is 5.689 million polygons for the whole thing. And this cape alone is almost 1 million. And a polygon is basically, you know, in this case, a four-sided shape. So 943,000 of each of these little squares. And if I increase that, it looks more detailed. But because this is a miniature, I'm pretty sure this cape is going to be like the size, of like half of my pinky, maybe. So going to town on the details, you got to kind of be careful. And these ones are looking kind of weird. So they look like they're stretched. Increase the intensity. No. That is a funny. I'm gonna keep that up. It's probably distracting. This one's looking a bit weird. Sharpen it. Let's go with a move. I'm gonna forget I'm on the stream in a minute and start singing. I'll try not to do that. Okay. Plenty to go. I'm listening to grime right now, British hip hop. Very angry, angry man. Okay. Hey, Ruben. I hope you're good, man. I'm going to have a look at moving this cape around a bit more, actually. Because right now it is a blob. So yeah. And I want it to tuck. Because this is going to be a mini, you're not going to see the whole inside of this. So I'm going to have a hole tighter. And the risk of damaging details that I've just spent time doing. And you're supposed to kind of block the bigger forms out first before you get to those details. I did it kind of back to front. So let's see. Kind of flares out at the bottom and it shouldn't. This is supposed to be like a skin from one of the arms. So I actually do need to add like another arm that's kind of dangling down the side here. And that's interesting too. Let's see. Maybe have it drape off the leg. No, let's see. Now it looks like it's draping more, it gives it more weight. Actually looks something that's resting and not just a blob that's hanging out in gravity. And that's like a huge part of sculpting for sure. Look like she's, you know, grounded on her feet. It just, people know it ain't real. So all of that is the subtle changes, but they make them. You know, I can give the impression that it's a heavy pelt or a light pelt by how tough it is, how it clings to it. I've got some clipping there with a t-shirt, so I'm going to do the same there. Hide those love handles. Go back to this cape. How this looks right here. It's purely because it's a miniature. Pelts aren't that thick. The idea is to have that cling more as well. Anyone that might still be listening, you've had minis, and you'll notice like a loincloth that dangles down between the legs. It's not like a thin piece. It actually blocks out through into the back loincloth, and it's purely for manufacturing reasons. I'm going to try it because we're 3D printing, so what I'm trying to say is, I guess, is this loincloth wouldn't be this thin. It would be blocked out to the back, and this would all be solid. But yeah, 3D printing and manufacturing these at full scale. There we go. Okay. Actually, that's the t-shirt that's come off the body, so I'm going to move that in as well. And then back to the cloak. Where are we? I mean, it wouldn't cling that tight, but I've got to be careful there's no gaps. Okay, it's a good point to save and make sure I don't cry. Okay, yeah, I want to add that extra arm there, so it means more tufts of hair, but it must be done. Okay. So yeah, I figured it would hang down this side. A couple of ways to do this. We're gonna do, we're gonna insert a new sphere and then make that, we'll morph it. So what am I doing? Insert. So this is how most stuff starts out, to be honest. Everything you see starts out as a sphere. I'm just gonna move it into position with this weird tool. That's about the right spot already. We want to squish it. Shrink it. Ah, yes. So at this point, I'm just going to move it. God bless autosave. So I'm just roughly making the shape. I want us to make it skinnier. Looks like a huge tongue. Smooth it down. We'll move it into position. Okay. So the other one's quite low down, so this one would go here. We'll rotate. It just kind of sit at the waist. A bit higher up. This will be a cool opportunity to have this this tough fur. Maybe it could be holding. There could be a trinket on the end of it or something. That'll do. That should do it. There we go. Oh, easy. Nice. Whoops, wrong tool. Gravity would probably bring it over a bit more. So what you can do is mask off an area that we want to keep. So I want to keep its origin point, and then I can rotate the rest of it. Let's mask off a bit more. I'm happy to about there. I'm going to rotate this bottom point. Whoop. Just have that stick out a bit. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Sweet. I wonder if I want that. That should be pretty cool if the other arm came up and attached as well. Yeah, we should do that. That'd be cool. Okay. Okay. This will be cool. That's better. Let's fix it. It would naturally come down from like, I gotta make sure I get all of it. Yeah. Probably naturally come down a bit. smooth this out. That could be pretty cool. Oh, okay. I'm going to inflate the end to fake that wraparound look. Nice. I don't even have to attach the cape that already exists. Like right now it looks separate, but if I sculpt it in a way, it'll just look like it's continuous anyway. So let's save this. Increase the resolution. It's only 8,000 polygons right now, which, I mean, it's still a lot, but you can't put detail work in here because there's no points for it to give that detail. So we're going to increase. I'm actually going to Dynamesh as well. 400. $171,000. And it redistributes the polygons to make it smoother edge flow and stuff. When I move it around, it stretches some polys, so some are small where others are stretched and long. So it fixes it. And we'll smooth that out. I could start to block out those hairs now. More hair. And then I've got to kind of change the direction of the way the tufts are as well. They wouldn't drape down so much. Start with the down standard. We kind of just draw it out like it's 2D first. So yeah, they would kind of flow. In fact, I have to change the original cape now to reflect direction. Okay. Let's see. Above. What are we playing with here? Let's put it back. Okay. Let's flatten this. So that's some of these little edge hairs to reflect a change of direction. So it's going to be a bit messy to begin with, but we can change that. This one's got, it's quite skinny though. So I'll just smooth it out. Get rid of it. In fact, if I smooth these down, you can work with it that way. And let's move. That should do it. We'll just do some cleanup. Okay. Let's just block out so they're not just weird wavy shapes. Looking a little lobby right now. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, they're still quite blobby. And there's a good chance that they're, yeah. Actually, that one's good. That one needs to move direction. Maybe not. Okay. I'll fix that one later. I want to jump to this new. And what I want to do now is hide the body because it's just getting in the way. That's that nightmare fuel when your games crash and they're just eyeballs. That's where we're at. Okay, come on, zoom. Okay, go from top bottom. Always good to hide the body. I like that. Indeed. These are starting to, I don't know, look like leaves or flames or something. Can't thank the autosave feature enough. I'm not doing the edges. You'll know I only draw within the boundaries of the shape because that actually requires you to like change the geometry, whereas right now I'm kind of just drawing in where I want the hairs to go. So we'll get back to those in a minute. Looking like a Guy Fieri t-shirt right now. Trying to just get interesting flow. Easy. There we go. Okay. Hey, Mark, how's it going, man? You've been doing well. We're drawing fur right now. Glad to hear it, mate. I hope you're doing well. Okay. I'll leave it there for now. It's still so new to me, Wilco, to be fair. I just went with, like, let's just start a stream to actually get me to do it. I've got the Restream app that's putting this out on, like, YouTube and Facebook and stuff. But I'm going to have to do my research. I have no idea. I know you can have sweet overlays and stuff, but just want to get in the habit of just streaming every day first and kind of figure it out as I go along. Have you been doing streams well with your 2D stuff? I know Mark, if he's still watching, I've seen him. You've done it with music a bit. But yeah, it'd be cool to do that. Very simple little shapes to begin with. Gotta be careful that they. Okay. Charismatic. Sitting here on my man bun in silence. You should, Wilco. I'd love to see it personally. It's been a long time. Just some people don't know. Do you know what I mean? They just haven't got a clue how it's done, especially people on Facebook. And I would disagree with your comment on your charisma. Daft Punk it and put a helmet on or something. Jeezy, geezer. Wow. I've got a very basic outline of hair. Go small. Stormzy's out of me here right now. R-rated stream. Yeah. kind of the same crowd, Wilco, if I'm being honest. I know you've done a lot for people who have D&D characters and stuff, and they just want more of an illustration. And my sister-in-law and stuff make minis, and that's really cool because it's their mini and you can't buy it anywhere else. But this Patreon thing, I'm going to get going. I'm trying to almost create like an IP of my own, but kind of keep it related to D&D as well. So if you didn't want to use the minis for the reason I'm making it, you can still use them for D&D or whatever. But at that point, they have to be kind of generic enough as well. Rock and roll, man. So yeah, I'm just blocking out this fur. It's kind of got an embossed look. I've got the fur drawn in and the basic outline now. I was saying earlier in the stream, it's like roof tiles. These that are further up, like each hair as you go through is a step down from the one before it kind of thing. So we just play with values and just raising and lowering stuff. Yeah. So, and it does look tedious, but just the edges, I need to make them bigger. Just so like this hair here is lower than this one above it. Thinking in 3D is a strange thing. All I'm trying to do is sell the fact a bunch of hair. You know, I'm not going to actually, despite how many I've actually drawn, I'm not going to do every single hair. So this like hard edge is what we're looking for. And so what's weird is this area is the same height as this area. If I just smooth this, it kind of tricks the eye and it looks like it's above it. Even now, this area and this area are like the same height. But because this tip is bulging, gives the effect that it's higher up. But yeah, there's a lot of cleanup to do. There's a lot of detail. In fact, I think I've got a mini. I got plenty of. I'm going to try and sell the effect. Hold on. Let's see. Yeah. I got a mini here from a friend when I worked at the Warhammer store. It's like a beast man, so there's hair, and I think this was actually hand sculpted because that's how they used to roll. He's got crazy wild man hair. I'm wondering if that's not going to get completely blurry. It probably will. Essentially, obviously what I'm sculpting right now is going to be really tiny. So you might look at this right now and go, well, that's a little rough around the edges, but as long as the detail is strong enough, when I print this out, if it's, you know, if they look like little strands of hair, it works. But yeah, it's interesting. Two main tools that you can see top left is down standard, which kind of carves, gives me harder edges, harder separation. And then 4 is my clay, which is kind of just building up the mass. So this hair in between these other two, I kind of want it to be higher than the one below it, but not as high as the ones above it. And it's just this little game of tricking the eye. If I hold Alt, I can actually carve into it, lower it. Okay. And then, yeah, this can be tedious to watch and to do, but the payoff's massive. It just looks so cool. with a pocket full of shells. So right now it looks like a patchwork of quilt, but I want this hair to be lower than these. So I'm actually going to carve into it to sell that a bit more. But then this tip has to be higher than these, and that's, again, I keep bringing it up, but that's the game. That's the game we're playing. I'm just trying to sell the effect. So I'm actually going to raise the tip, just the tip. And then what happens is just smooth it all together. And no one will know. I've got a mad Rage Against the Machine cover right now. Oh, it's Denzel Curry. In fact, bit amused. So it's hard for me, like the perfectionist in me, I obviously see these pixels and all this jagged edge, but until I print it out and really get a good look, I just don't think this is going to be picked up when it's printed out. And, you know, if I'm saying to you, look at it from that angle, from this, what it's going to look like. So I'm sure there's a term for it, but I really get sucked in sometimes. And like, see how lumpy all this is. I've got to clean that up. But yeah. So Craig's here as well. Craig, you should definitely stream. I don't know who does the art for you guys, but I've been keeping my eye on you too, buddy. Don't worry about that. I've changed to miniatures now. No texturing, no UV unwrapping, and I gotta say, just holding your miniature in your hand is like mind blowing. And that I caught the bug from that point on, basically. We've all done digital work for a long time, and you don't ever get to, hold it. And I still got to get a bit of game design in there as well, because board games have taken over my life. It didn't help that I run the Whammer store in Modesto for a while. Okay, starting to get some of these values popping now. And then we're going to decrease. Okay. Okay. Reduce the value. So yeah, it's like 3 tools I'm using right now. I'm smoothing, I'm building up with clay or reducing with clay, and then the outline. I'm using Dan Standard, which I believe is Damien Standard. I think it's created by someone. But yeah, just 3 tools. I'm losing the form here. Let's build that back up. Whoops. Easy, fella. There we go. Be a good time to save. The 9th iteration. Okay. Still looks a bit bulbous in the middle. Flatten it out. Yeah, that's the same deal. Well, I bet you there is. I just don't know. So I'm using this Restream, and it's like a free version because I don't want to have to set up a stream for these different platforms. And there is an upgrade, so there probably is. I'll look into it, but yeah, for now, to keep me on and to keep my, to keep me going from the beginning of the day to the end, I thought I'd just stream. So I'm going to be doing 8 a.m. till midday here. It's really funny when I talk. My dog is like, "Why is he talking?" I'm gonna have to do a shameless corgi plug right now. So yeah, I'm gonna do it from like 8 till 12 in Pacific, and I know typically the UK is 8 hours ahead, but daylight savings time are at different points, so it might be 7 hours different. So what have I been on? I don't know what time it is. I've been on for an hour and a half now, so hour and a half ago in your time, Monday to Friday. I'll put this floof back. Okay, come on. Oh, he's just knocked her. There we go. He's definitely going to be the mascot for this stream. There's friggin' hair everywhere. Okay. Yeah. Oh, they moved today. So yeah, it'll be 8 hours then. So 4 o'clock, 4 till 8 p.m. I'm going to sculpt for 4 hours, and then I'm going to have my lunch and walk the dog, and then I will sculpt for another 4. But I don't know if I'll stream. Well, I may as well, but we'll see. I implore you to do it, Wilco. I don't know if it's you think you'll get assholes on the internet that are going to critique you, but I don't care. It'll feel like we're in the library in the LRC again, just working together. I miss the style. Yeah, your art style a lot. This is a weird one because it pinches. So reduce the value. I'll tell Marissa you said happy birthday. Yeah, I suppose you can look after yourself if you get annoying people. Just carving all. Okay. Slowly but surely. Yeah, that'll be cool. Oh, I got a lot of cleanup. In fact, the ones I've done on the stream are cleaner. Maybe it's because I'm nervous, but they're actually a lot cleaner than the ones I've done. I think before I was really just not rushing, but just trying to lay down some clay and get it locked in. There's going to be a lot of smoothing and stuff over there. These are a lot cleaner. And I will eventually, if the detail gets picked up, simple to just add some lines and you just give it that texture already like that. But yeah, minis is a different beast than video game. Let's see. Okay. when I'm done today too, I'll probably put together a time lapse, because that has like a built-in function in ZBrush. But if you're a sadistic person, you can watch me do it in real time. I think it'd be more interesting probably at the very beginning, when loads of progress is made in a short amount of time, where I start blocking out the anatomy and designing it as well, because to be honest, I don't really do concept art. I kind of concept sculpt, I guess is the way to put it. I've got the virtual reality, the Oculus comes with Medium, which is really fast for concepting in 3D. Oh man, yes, I do mean ZBrush. No, I bastardize my accent, or if not my accent, the words I use. It happened. I still say water though, so restaurants have no idea what I'm asking for. A glass of water. ZBrush. Christ, I haven't said that in like 5 years. What have I become? Okay, we're looking puffy on the edges. Reduce the value. There we go. There we go. What are we, like halfway? Ish. It'll be worth it. What's really cool is I was doing this part-time whilst I was working. I was putting a couple hours, maybe 3 hours a night after work. And at some points we were working 10-hour days and stuff. It's going to feel so good to put 8 hours in one day. It basically equates to 1 week of work. I'm really excited. I think I'll probably finish this character by the end of the week, surely. Print it out, and then the next character I'm doing is a noble warthog knight. So Pumbaa in a paladin Pumbaa, and then I'm play testing the game on Fridays with my friends. We usually play board games on a Friday, and so I just crowbar that in. It's going to be like a gladiatorial game. So there's going to be your objective is to either stay alive the longest, kill the various beasts that are in there with you first, or outlive your opponents. There's like 3 ways to win. And I'm just going to pick a different realm every month, and it's just an excuse really to sculpt whatever I want. And I want to stray away from just fantasy and just do crazy realms, Rick and Morty style, different universes and stuff. But yeah, we're doing like a African themed, an African plains based realm. So the first month of the Patreon, this will be available, the Warthog Knight, and then some kind of big rhinoceros creature will be the creature for the month. So the aim is to be able to sculpt about 4 minis a month, so that's 1 a week. And that's where I've got a lot of learning to do, because I've got to do it quick but not sacrifice quality have a lot of base meshes, you know, pre-made bodies and things that I've made to speed things up. Oh, hell yeah, that'd be sick. Yeah, I'm a sucker for management games too. So yeah, that would be right up my street. Tabletop's a lot better. Well, I don't know if you've thought about that at all, but like, I used to be so angry because I couldn't code, and you know, you can't make video games on your own, not with the visions that you have. Whereas tabletop, you can kind of, you know, I can design and I can do art, and that's basically what a board game is. So I don't know, it's like a new lease for me. I know video games are sexier. They get the big E3 expos and stuff. But there's something cool about making it all on your own. Yeah, man, it's horrible. Well, I mean, we're in our 30s now. It's been like 10 years, and I'm lucky that I got to make like a little mobile game. But yeah, you need teams, don't you, really? And it's just too difficult. And you hang out with people, try and meet them on the internet, and they're super enthusiastic for a week, and then you know they just go offline. What a pain. Fair enough. I think for me, I enjoy the game design aspect of it, but I think if I'm being realistic, it'll be the minis that people give a crap about for the Patreon, and the game will be a bonus. So I'm kind of, I'll push it if it picks up traction, but it's an excuse to make certain types of minis, really. It's crazy, the kind of the jobs that I've held between university and now. I don't know. I've just kind of, it's shaped me a bit more. Not just video games. Hell yeah. Yeah, worked at the Warhammer Modesto and basically met, you know, all walks of life when it comes to people that play games. And I don't know, just video games is just one of many, many, many. It's like a triple step here. This is the top one. Then I would say this one's the second and this one's the third. So we have 3 levels, if you like, 3 heights. So I've got to like make this the lowest one. And this one's, the lip is higher, and this one's higher still. But yeah, if this Patreon works out, it'll be, you know, I did my long soppy post on Facebook, but it's the truth, you know. If I can design games for an audience, if it's 4 people, I don't really care. And, you know, they get appreciation out of the minis and stuff, and it'd be incredible. We'll just slow grow it and see what happens. I'll go as long as I can once I have money in the bank to pay rent. Okay. Hydro glove. Good. Set limits in the sculpting. Hold on, Wilk, I'm going to catch up. Wow. Yeah, it's funny, Wilco, how life pans out, right? It's just the stuff I've learned is what I was saying about, not just the people, but like I did mobile games, really small scale. Then I moved to the States, worked at Amazon in a warehouse. That just gave me appreciation of any other job. And then, yeah, I went to Warhammer Modesto, and they run them like one-man stores. So I wouldn't consider myself a salesman as much, but I had a British accent, and I knew somewhat the rules. But yeah, like I said, that opened the door, and the community that's there, like there's board gamers everywhere. And then I just got used to the fact that I was playing as many board games as I was video games at that point. And like I said, they're sexier. Inside, I was like, oh, I just want to do games because it's like big money and award shows and all this other stuff. It's just an exciting industry, but not realistic if it's something you want to lone wolf. And that's kind of what I want to do, really. And then, yeah, the cape's not done. I actually extended it, Kevin. There was one arm. If you think about skinning this wildebeest thing, he had one arm and not another. And I was like, he probably should have another. So I thought I'll connect it to the nose ring thing here. And then I'll probably add a tail as well. He should have 4 legs, I'm aware of that, but we'll just pretend that they cut it off halfway. But yeah, I was just saying the new stuff is a lot cleaner than the one like here. You can tell I've just blobbed it. Cool. The sculpting values, so it stops after a certain bit. Do you mean, if I click this, these are the intensity of it? So it's kind of like opacity in Photoshop, I guess. Like if it's really high, one stroke makes a huge dent. Whereas if it's really low, I have to do like 3 or 4 strokes to build it up. But because I'm using the tablet, it's pressure sensitive as well. So if I press like hell versus pressing a little bit. RGB is if I want to add color at the same time. The focal shift, kind of the drop off of the brush's strength. If I change it, the inner ring. Let me see. You'll see an inner ring that's growing and shrinking. That's like and for most it's, I don't know, there. But that's about it. I mean, not so much. It's each brush is different, right? So if I hit the B key, you got all these brushes, and they all have their own behaviors. And there are some really cool ones, really unique ones. My dog just contributed to the stream. So with clay, it's like the generic. I guess standard is the generic actually, but clay is just kind of like you're adding, as if it was real life, you're adding chunks of clay to what's already there. I think I understand what you're asking, but if you could tell me in like Photoshop terms or something, like an equivalent, I'll probably understand better. But you can mask. I don't know if that's what you mean as well. So if I hold control, I can mask off areas I don't want. So if I mask this, that's now covered. If I want to do clay, it won't go in that area, and then I can invert it with a. Was it a click? No, shift click. Now I've forgotten. Control click. So I've control click, and now I'll only affect the area inside the mask, or inside the area I masked off. And I will save again because I'm scared to death of losing that. I could mask each hair. I don't know if that would be quicker or not. More than one ways to skin a cat with a Z brush. Yeah, there's layers too. I could do that. Some people I've seen, they'll sculpt and they'll just do so many layers, like each finger's a layer, hand's a layer. I don't know if you can see it very well, but they're called subtools in ZBrush, and I have a fair few. So you can isolate them. But yeah, that's how that works. Where was I going? I'll go back up here. My dog's chewing a bone right by my legs. So if you can hear it, we're clacking, that's what that is. You're all good, Will. It makes it a lot better, to be honest. Well, I mean, one, it's cool because it's been a while, but just chatting whilst you work, it's always a good thing. I appreciate it. I'm sorry that I've chosen to do tufts of hair for the first 4 hours. It's not the sexiest thing in the world. But it's just cool because, you know, I'll print it out and I'll share pictures and stuff. And like I said, that's why I think you should do it. They're just people that don't really know how it's done. They have a rough idea. Whether it's Photoshop, ZBrush, Maya. The internet's kind of lowered the veil. I think when we were in university, the internet was like still maturing. There wasn't loads of tutorials like there are now. And it's funny, after all the stuff that we've learned, you teaching me Photoshop and Maya, this has been, I don't know if you remember, but I kind of went off on a tangent to discover ZBrush. And I just like refused to not learn it because I thought it was the coolest thing ever. And I was devastated that they didn't really teach it at the time. Especially now, it's so heavy. All high poly stuff. Yeah, you did. You absolutely did. Even just thinking back to those times, man, like, I don't know, just, I wasn't aware. I was like, how did you do art? And you're like, with a, you have to do it with a tablet or whatever. I just thought there was some secret bullet at the time. It's funny. Very naive. Like I drew OJ as a soccer player and I just kind of roughly painted his hands and stuff. And I look back on it, it's awful. But at the time, I was mind blown. And you showed me how to add like a metal texture over, like a painted area, and it made it look like painted metal. Just mind blown. I'll be forever in debt for that. Yeah, there is cheat techniques, and that's a little bit what I'm saying with this. Is there a tool to just like, I could make a brush or a stamp that has hairs built in and just kind of draw it. In fact, if I show, like alphas, I want to do skin or something, I've applied an alpha and it gives it that texture. You can see it. So I could create one of those with hairs on it, but it just looks sort of generic and it looks automated a bit. Whereas that hand sculpting vibe, as tedious as it is, I don't know, it's just adds its own quality. It's more artistic, and whatever my style is comes through more. And I probably would say I'm similar to you in that respect. That I've always been a little bit cartoony. I've gone for realism as best I can, but I'm just a sucker for crazy proportions, like I don't know, like Dishonored characters, or when we were playing Brink. That's like the penultimate style for me. Especially with miniatures, you have to exaggerate anyway. You know, Space Marine shoulders are like the size of France. They got big blocky feet and big hands, because if they were small, especially back in the day when they sculpted by hand, it was just too difficult. That's why I've got a feeling these hairs are going to be overkill. Nice. Oh, you do your art on your iPad? That's insane. Just sitting on the couch watching Coronation Street. Yeah, the Wacom tablets are insane, but they're like thousands and thousands. Little mobile studio, mobile studio. Got a funny story actually, Wilco. There's a river in Modesto, and it's that people float on it. So you just grab a bunch of inner tubes and you tie them together, and you just kind of drink in the sun all day. And I was going down. I was half cut because I've been drinking all day, and I was wearing Union Jack shorts, swim shorts, and my freaking dogs just almost decapitated me. And someone said, "Nice shorts, mate," and I turned around, and they were British, obviously, but I was so hammered, I treated them like I already knew them. It's this really strange thing. It's like a weird phenomenon, like, because they're British, I felt like I already knew them, but of course I don't know who they were. And it made me think of the Lock, Stock, Southern Fairies and Dirty Northerners and all that. And so I just said, "Oh, it's a Dirty Northerner," and he just took offense to it straight away. And it was awkward for ages. And I was just like, shit, I don't know who these people are. I don't know why I said that. Felt really bad when I should have just said, like, "Cool, where are you from?" Hilarious. These Southern Fairies. Tubing. Or floating. Thank you, autosave. Yeah, hilarious story. And when people ask me, like, "Why did you say that?" I was like, well, in fact, it was in uni. We were obsessed with it. I was like, we used to call each other Northern Monkeys and Southern Fairies and all that. Socializing 101. Reduce the values. I'm going to build that up. Almost there. Okay. There we go. What's cool is every brush has alternate uses as well. Like this damn standard. Like I said, you can carve, but if I hold Alt, it creates a raised edge. So I can actually use that to, I don't know, like make an edge more prominent. And that might be something I play around with these hair tufts when we get them looking better. But yeah, there's so many tools, and it's funny because when I was learning, kind of just asking around, like how many tools are people using, how many brushes are they using, and there's just like 4 or 5 main heavy lifters, and then there's just a lot of weird ones that are for very unique things. It's looking weird. Let's reduce the value here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's 4 or 5 brushes that are just universal. But yeah, I'm sure if a bunch of ZBrush pros are watching it, they'd be like, why are you using that brush? There's this brush and this brush and this brush. Oh, posture. Thanks for tuning in, Will. It was good talking to you, man. I'll be on 4 o'clock. Enjoy your chips. Hey, here he is. Making fur right now. Jav. Living the dream. Yeah, it's funny. You're looking at like a fingernail in terms of size when I print this out. So I'm like zooming right in on, it looks awful that close, but you're only seeing armor at the moment, but that's what we're working on. Feels good getting up and getting after it. This is a pelt. Let me, it's a good question. It's a she to begin with. It's like a wildebeest that's used as a pelt. And then the two arms are wrapped around and they all meet on this nose ring. So right now I'm just focusing on making it look like fur. Very, very exciting. Yeah, it might be too small. It depends how large you print them out. It's only going to be printed. I've got a little piece of Warhammer, I'm sure you remember. It's going to be like this big when it's done. So yeah, this is like African inspired. So I've got like almost like basket weave armor and stuff. I don't know if any of these details will come through or not. We'll just print it and see. The thing with prints is I can print them massive or tiny. I could print this as a big statue on my desk, or it could be a mini. We'll just see where we're at with it. And I'm just wrapping up the fur on the end. Very exciting stuff. Yeah, mate, I've been telling everyone that's joined in on my stream are all creatives in their own way. And I just think streaming's unreal. Yeah. No, it won't be as big as me. Few things are. No, I was just saying though, if you streamed you just having a jam on your drums, I think people take for granted what people do and don't know about it. Some people haven't got a bloody clue what a studio drummer is like at all. And some people just want to listen to some good rhythm as well. But yeah, I've seen you. You've got yeah, at the end of my bed. I have this at the end of my bed. I sleep like a baby. No, I know you've gone live a couple of times, Jar, when you've had music production equipment. You're just faffing about. We've just, I don't know, we've all gained skills that, you know, they're not common skills. And obviously this is a really, really important skill, me being able to sculpt tufts of hair. Saves lives. So pass that knowledge on. That's right, yeah. Well, I don't know if you can do it. I don't know if you've got a setup. But I'd be, if you were on, I'm going to listen every time. Do you know what I mean? And you build like a fan base. There's drummers on YouTube, and it's nothing that you're not capable of. And it means I get to chat to people whilst I'm working instead of sitting in silence. So there's selfish reasons as well. Yes. Yeah, mate. Enjoy your evening. see. Smithers, here we are again. How are you, mate? Ugh. Sculpting away, sculpting away. Not an insect this time. A little lion woman, a lioness. Whilst I got Wheatus blaring. I am now without a job. I did my last day last Thursday to try and pursue this more, whether it means I do my own thing or if this is portfolio work for a job or whatever. And so when I had my full-time job, I was trying to squeeze in like 2 hours or so an evening, and that was sometimes after 10-hour days. And I did the majority of it about 2 weeks, 2 hours a pop, so about 20 hours. And I'm going to do 8 hours today. So in 2 days, almost 2 days, but definitely 3 days, I'll have the same amount of time it took me 2 weeks, which is exciting. I can move a lot quicker. Got to be careful here. I'm going to save it in case I mess it up. We were in VR last time as well. We were in VR last time. I'm in ZBrush this time. Definitely should have done this before I did the tail. I've stretched these hair fibers out. Yeah, I could do. I was thinking of putting like a bangle. This is like an African plains inspired. So everything that I'm making kind of borrows from that. But yeah, I could definitely do that. These hairs are all stretched and it's my fault because I've moved it about after the fact. And I'm not sure I can save it, to be honest. So I'm gonna have to sculpt over it, re-sculpt some of it. See how it goes. Hey, Easy, how's it going, man? Oh yeah, I suppose you haven't heard my voice in a while. I've had a couple of people on here say that I'm saying words wrong and stuff. I said ZBrush instead of ZBrush earlier. Still sound the way, still sound the same though. Okay. I'm good, Easy. That's literally been like 10 years, I think. Are you still in Compton area? Are you still in LA? I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna 3D print this when I'm done. You'll be seeing me on this live stream for quite some time. I'm gonna do it every day. It keeps me working. It's funny. There's a bit of lag, but yeah, it has been 10 years. We kept in touch online, but I haven't shook your hand in 10. Let me save this real quick. There we go. Okay. Still in LA. That's good. You haven't had a chance to go to Fresno in a while, I'm guessing. That's not exactly down the road. Yeah, I wouldn't mind visiting you down in LA, especially in the summertime. But yeah, I'm still a massive nerd, Easy. Here we go. It is kind of like a game, but instead of video games, they're like tabletops. So I print them out. In fact, I got an example. Where are we? Over here. So minis like this, and people use them for Dungeons and Dragons or for board games or whatever they want to use them for. So I'm going to actually like make tabletop games, and they're all going to be like fully 3D printable. So if you had a 3D printer, you could just print it all out, So yeah, I got a printer here on my desk, and so I'll print them. It's going to be tiny. It's going to be like 3 inches high or something. It'll be like this big. So yeah, all this detail might get lost, but we'll see how it comes out. Okay. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. It can get tedious. I've been doing hair all morning, just like sculpting each hair. But it'll be worth it, the payoff, hopefully. Let's duplicate. Oh, sweet. Did she print it with like, I don't know how little your little sister is. I'm guessing like a child. Like, is it from school or what? 3D printing's getting more and more popular for sure. Yeah, that's the big deal. I mean, you remember me and OJ were learning how to do this for video games. One day I made it and I printed it out instead, and my whole mind was blown just holding it in my hands. So I'm kind of addicted now, and that's if I can like make a living doing it this way, that's what I'm going to aim to do. Let's see. Whoa, that's the wrong one. Dang it. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking she might not be small. Yeah, she has her own 3D printer. That's super cool because you can just find so much stuff. But yeah, the reason I got one is I thought I could make some pretty nerdy things for myself. I made Marissa's sister like a D&D character. She wanted it to look a certain way. And what's cool is I like made it for her and printed it out, and now she has it custom. Like no one else has that mini. So we're gonna see if I can. I'm gonna like make this, and there's a thing called Patreon, and you can have like a membership. So I'll make these like 4 of these a month, and if people want them for their games and they think they're cool, they'll just subscribe. It'll be like $10, and they can just print them out to their heart's content. So yeah, it should be cool, man. Yeah, easy. You should stream. I've been saying that to a lot of people today, actually. The internet's a crazy place, man. Just even what people are doing for a living. Like there's people that are watching bricklayers and stuff because they're just so good at it, or they're like doing it in a weird way. That's why I figured I'd give this a go. I'll let you know, Easy. I'll let you know. It'll be a ways off. I gotta like sculpt them all first and get them ready. But once it's ready, I'm gonna tell the world about it. Subscribing is just everything nowadays. It's good talking to you, Easy, man. It's crazy who's been popping up on the stream today. It's been a crazy year. I should come visit you in LA. There's no excuse. I live a little bit closer than I used to live. Get some in and out or something. Mamba mentality. I got to basketball in a big way, since I didn't really care about it that much when I first got here. But Golden State Warriors for me now. Klay Thompson jersey and everything. Love it. Yeah, I know. You got a whole other life of people in Fresno too. It must be crazy for you, Easy. You know a lot of people in NorCal and Central California. It's funny, when I met you too, I didn't even know. If someone said to me they're from Tracy or they're from Compton, I wouldn't know which one was which or how far away they are. Now I got a much better idea. I can appreciate it more. Yeah, man, Warriors. I was watching the NBA playoffs in like 2017. I was visiting Marissa. She had work, and I was cooped up in the apartment that she was in. And it was the playoffs. I was like, let's see what this is all about. I really liked OKC when they had Durant, Westbrook, Steve Adams, but Steph Curry, man, and those 3-pointers, I just couldn't believe it was real. Like, it just didn't make sense to me how he was sinking them over and over. So I guess I'm a bit of a bandwagoner, but they're a local team, so it counts. And then, yeah, Lakers just weren't on the same level at that point. No, they're insane, those two, man. They made me a fan of them. What can I say? Hell yeah. I don't know if you watch football easy as much, but uh, the NFL, I'm mad about it, but that freaking SoFi, is it SoFi Stadium? That LA stadium? I need to visit there too. That place is insane. I knew you were big into basketball, but I can't remember if you followed the NFL as much. Yeah, man. When the Warriors are down in LA and we're all back to normal, we should check it out. Yeah. If the Niners went down there, I'd definitely go and watch for sure. Here we go. Got a little bass going now. Oh. Oh shoot, you are? I didn't know that. Yeah, I can't imagine what traffic's like. I don't know how you could put up with it. I'll be biking everywhere. Marissa has to deal with some easy stuff in the Bay Area. It's funny, man, when you say LA, it's just such a huge place that it could just mean San Bernardino all the way through to freaking, I don't know, you got Riverside, and I'll have to Google it just so I know where you're at. I've heard of Inglewood, but that's because I listen to Dr. Dre, but I couldn't tell you where it is on a map. Yeah, the detail takes a while. That's what makes it hot. Everything's made out of something. So if it's made out of cloth, I got to do the cloth. If it's made out of metal, I've got to do scratches, and if it's made out of fur, I got to do the fur. That's how it's done. We're getting close. Okay. Let's see. I bet you get lost, man. I've gone there as a tourist a couple times, like everyone else that visits Cali, but it's daunting. So many roads, so many streets. Where to tackle next? We'll do the fur trim, I think. They've looked like little lumps for too long. Here we go. Increase the resolution. Those are going to be alphas again, Wilco. I was using them earlier for the ground. I mean, normal maps are texture based, and I suppose normal maps are made by me sculpting a high poly and baking it on a low, as you know, but the closest we have are alphas, where on the left I have a bunch of stencils. The white value is is raised, and the dark values are lowered. So, you know, something like this with these dots, they're not, it's not a bump or a normal map because the geometry is actually there, but that's as close as we've got. I need to fix this. Actually, I think this. I can't remember what I was trying to do when I put all this fine detail. I think it was just the alpha of the brush at the time. I can't really do a leathery texture here because it's going to be too fine for the miniature. It won't show up, so I've got to pick out like a main texture and go from there. We'll see. And I guess mirroring isn't working. Oh. We got this thing up to 6 million polygons. That is a lot. Yeah, man. I'm trying to get a texture going, but it's a really complicated thing. There's alphas for that too. Like, I really like this one alpha that looks like stressed. I think it's the lines. This one here. If I do it laterally, actually I've got to change the strength of it. It looks like stressed, yeah, like stressed leather. If you imagine it being constantly bending over and over, it would start to like fray and weaken. But that's too fine for miniatures, way too fine. That's like literally the eye of a needle type size. So then in terms of the fur trim on the outside of it, I can make that look pretty. I think I'm just gonna have to go, I'll smooth all this out and it's just gonna have to look kind of plain. Might be able to get away with something. Some stress where the belt would, and that I don't think it would pick up. And then, yeah, you're right, Wilco. For me to do that with a hand sculpt would take me hours and hours. So maybe I just smoothed it off a bit. We'll see if it pops up. That's funny. I got Wilco and Easy. You're both from different parts of the planet, but you probably get along. I don't know if Wilco still smokes, but he'd join you. Okay, let's get to this fur. So right now they just look like little zigzag blobs, but I want to make them like tufts of fur. So I might just isolate. Oh, I got itchy eyes. I'm gonna try snake hook. This might be too extreme. Snake hook is really good for pulling hair-like things. There, bigger. Nope, too big. It's quite pinched. No, that's not quite the effect. Let me just go with move. California, you guys roll it. You roll it blunt. In the UK, you tend to stick tobacco in it and stuff. I've had my ass kicked by weed in this country one time too many. I'm just a drinker, to be honest. Let's see. This might be too small, you know. That's not going to get picked up. Let me try something else. Let's see. No drinking is good. I commend you. I think I'm going to have to add more resolution here. It's going to bump this up a lot. I went from 600,000 to 1.2 million. Might need to dynamesh this. Let's go to the lower subdivision for a minute. Fix some of the bumpiness. That's what separates the men from the boys, is the lumpiness. So if we look at this, it's all wavy. We want it uniform, but it's really difficult. Organic stuff is really easy in this, but making stuff look a little more man-made can be tricky. Whereas if you're in Maya, you just extrude it straight. My rig is modest. Sean always had beasts, man. I don't have that. I think I've got a GTX 970, so it's not the best thing in the world, but whatever works. Yeah, you know. I'm gonna have to mask this off. It's gonna be tricky to do it. Let's see. Oh, my hand hurts. Come on. Ugh. I can just adjust it anyway. And get these furs isolated. Masking is a huge, huge part of this. Yeah, I'll focus on the front for now. Let's do the front half for now. Yeah, I remember his like spaceship alien stuff he was making. It's pretty impressive, but I haven't really caught up with him. Haven't really stayed with him. Don't know what he's up to nowadays. Okay, isolated these little tufts. I want to move them back. They look like shark teeth right now. Just roughing it out to begin with, knowing full well it'll still look a bit goofy until I start playing around with the shapes more. And that's the thing with sculpting and ZBrush as well. There's so many things that I've never sculpted for before and stuff I'm doing for the first time. You have to kind of think what tool, you know, how you should go about it. Trying to get these pinch points. This mask needs cleaning up. Okay. It's his passion project then, I guess. Surprised he didn't land him a job. He was quite an all-rounder, able to do Unreal scripting and stuff. I haven't really messed with Blender, to be honest. I think I did a little bit when we got out and realized that like anything Autodesk was an absolute fortune. But yeah, other than that, I had a bunch of student versions of Maya, and with this, like, I actually want to make some money from this, like try and give it a go. So I actually bought ZBrush, and it has some basic modeling capabilities in it for solids and things. So I'm just going to try and stay completely in-house, and that way I'm not breaking any laws or using any student versions. Actually, let's try the dynamic. Yeah, I think if I just do a high volume of these little lumps, it'll probably sell the fur effect more. But again, these things are like the size of an ant's leg at this point. So just having these sticking out like this is probably enough. Yeah, that's the wrong angle. I've heard that Blender has sculpting, actually. I forgot about that. I think ZBrush just fell in love with it 10 years ago, and it felt good being able to buy it You know what I mean? I got like a bonus at work, and I was like, finally going to be a legit owner of this instead of trying to use trial copies and stuff. Yeah, easy for me. It hurts me seeing this because it's just so lumpy. But in reality, you know, from this angle, it looks like fur. And when it's that tiny, I'll definitely print this out and like put a picture on Facebook, and you'll see how tiny it is. It's just overkill, but I'm a perfectionist in terms of like detail. That's going to be wrong. Yeah. $2,008. The same rig, huh? Yeah, I built this one 2016, I think. And then I got help from Marissa's cousin, who's badass at building PCs, and he makes some like works of art. Let's just start slamming these in. Yeah, with the printer easy. There's like two types of printer, roughly speaking. One of them's FDM, which melts like hot plastic in like a spool, and it kind of just threads through and melts it, and like it just builds. I've got it right here, but it's off screen. I'm going to show you the tray really quick. So the one I've got is liquid resin. Boom. So I pour liquid resin in here, and it sits, and a thing comes down, sits in here. UV light gets beamed onto it, and it hardens like a thin layer. So it's underneath, the light's blasting, then it lifts up, then it goes down, blasts another layer of light, and so on and so forth, over and over and over. And when it's finished printing, it's pretty accurate because it's light. So light can be like super fine. FDM printing, not so much. And I know I'm getting in the weeds a little bit with it. I don't think I have any of my own prints. Actually, I watched Endgame, and so I sculpted, it's gone to sleep. I printed Thanos' head. I printed this paperweight looking thing. Thanos with his cheesy grin. So you're not going to be able to see on the camera because it won't pick it up, but you might be able to with the paint. I get too close. Basically, there's layers. I don't know if you can see them. There should be lines, but it's super, super detailed. Like, it is really cool. So like little minis and things, it works a treat. And that's kind of when my head clicked, and I was like, hold on, we're capable of doing this now. When I was in university, like in 2010, when I met you, it just wasn't there yet. Like, it was industrial. It would have cost like hundreds of thousands of dollars for a big one. We had one at my university in England, and it was kind of like sawdust. It was like powdery. It just didn't look that good. It wasn't quite there yet. But now the printer I have is like $200, if that. They're just going to get better and better. So I'm diving in now. And like companies like Warhammer and D&D, it's going to change everything, I think. AJ, I loved it. I loved the Avengers. Loved it. And so I went, as soon as I saw Thanos, I was like, that is a bad mother. So I sculpted him straight away. And I actually did him in VR, which is cool. So yeah, it picks them up. Picks up all these details. They're going to be really tiny. Like, I can't stress enough. Damn it, hold on. Actually, there's no point. I tried to push the limit of how skinny you could go. Picture, I printed a Street Shark. I sculpted Ripster from the Street Sharks, if anyone watched that, which is, he's in color. I'm showing you on my phone. So I made Ripster and I printed him, and I'm not joking. He's like this big. Like I could fit him, just so tiny. It was ridiculous. You just got to be careful if people want to use them as figures for games. Even though it looks cool, sometimes it's not practical to do stupidly skinny stuff. Otherwise, people just break them and they'll be annoyed. Yeah. Yeah, I could do a mini for the Street Shark. I just have to add a base, and you don't even have to call it. I did it. So this is like the resin. Comes in a big bottle. But I got so many. I got a graveyard of failed prints because it can be quite tricky. Here we go. So he's all malformed, and he's actually kind of big too. He's like quite a decent size. But you can see his arm. This arm here is like all warped and bent. And when I took him off the supports, it like ruined his back. So he's got all the supports. But when you look at him, man, like his eyes and stuff, the teeth, the details are all there. I got a bunch of fails. I was in the middle of sculpting Lurtz from Lord of the Rings. Well, I finished him, but I printed him. And that like failed, like his arms didn't come in and stuff. But yeah, I'm getting better every day, you know, getting better at the science of 3D printing and stuff. We put this resin back. So yeah, this is why I'm talking about these damn talking about these hairs right now, and they might be too skinny, and I'll just have to change it if it is. I need them pointier. Yeah. Well, I just went through a phase where I was like, I'm just going to start sculpting all the stuff that I like playing with as a kid. Biker Mice from Mars and all that jazz. But no, I'll do videos. I'm going to play test the little board game that I've made. I don't know if I'll stream it live. I don't know if the guys I'll play it with will be wanting to be on camera, but I'll put a video up of it. It's not like, because there's like move tokens and stuff for board games. So that's the power of it. Like what I'm basically doing is saying, hey, if you have a printer, I'll literally make everything for the game. You just print it off and it's ready to go. You can just play it straight out of the printer. The game pieces, the minis, everything. Dice is probably the only thing I wouldn't, because you have to get the weights right in dice, otherwise they can be rigged. And so yeah, like every month I'll add to the roster of characters you can play as, basically. That's how this is going to work. Let's get a better angle. Yeah. AJ, by the way, I'm sorry I didn't text you back, my man. Ngannou is a beast. But yeah, man. These are all going to be minis for a board game. And if you have a game like League of Legends or something, you know, they're always introducing new characters that have different move sets and stuff. I'm going to do the same, but it's going to be with dice. It's going to be kind of like a gladiatorial game. I was telling Wilco earlier. You have to fight someone, but there's going to be like a dragon in. Imagine a UFC fight with a pack of wolves in the cage with you. It's going to be a bit like that. So you either win by beating your opponent, or you win by slaying whatever's in there with you. And that's another thing I'll add. Like each month, it's going to be 2 fighters and a creature, and you can just mix and match them. That's the aim. And I'm going to be sculpting 8 hours a day, which means I should be able to get a character a week-ish. I'll get better as I go. And then like each month will be a different theme. And on Patreon and stuff, there'll be like a poll. I can take votes about who wants what. I don't have a sticker printer. I did buy a conventional paper printer though, because a lot of prototyping with the board game, I'm out in card. But I think what I'm going to do is have rule sets that are phone friendly. So if you're wanting to learn, instead of me having to print like a book, you can just have like quick reference images and stuff. But a sticker printer would be sick. I will, easy, I will. So the whole thing with this, if I get a little bit nerdy, is I called it Realmstrider because I wanted, and I don't know who's played what, who's talking to me right now, but there's plenty of IPs out there that just have people that travel between worlds. Magic the Gathering has planeswalkers. There's different realms in Norse mythology. Think about like Thor visiting Earth. So I was like, if I want to sculpt whatever I want, I'll just make it so there's like infinite worlds. It's like Rick and Morty too. Rick and Morty, they always teleport to a crazy place where, you know, the universe is a little bit different. So my thinking was, instead of just sticking to fantasy and being like, oh, it's just going to be elves and orcs and stuff, it could be a realm where it's, you know, dog people, or, you know, a realm where everyone's made out of an element, or all that stuff. And it's just a good excuse to make nerdy crap. In fact, we've got more combat coming out in the movies soon. That's another Nether Realm, Earth Realm, Raiden, Baraka, hashtag lizard, hashtag reptile. I mean, reptile's the one right there. Exactly, man. Yeah, no limits. So it's been, the idea of different realms is nothing new, but I think it's just a good avenue for my creativity. I can just say, you know, I'm sick of doing orcs now. I'm going to do, you know, mantis men, whatever. And then, yeah, so the other side of this is the visual side, but I got to design the rule sets for each character, which takes time, which isn't something I'm streaming, but I make it. I'll hang out with some friends on a Friday. We'll play test it. They'll tell me it's absolutely shocking and broken, and then I'll go back and fix it and rinse, repeat. Very similar to video games. You got to play test it. Been out here making lumps for a minute now. Let me have a look what it looks like if I zoom out. Yeah, it's starting to get built up. That's good. Got to look at everything from like this distance, because that's kind of how it's going to look. We'll just keep going. Yeah, man, switching it up. And then got multiple games in my head, but that's like long-term thinking. But all of the things I make will all be connected, and they'll all work with every game system I drop. And like I said, bare bones is people will probably just want to use them for D&D. So I've got to make sure I make characters that people like, and they're generic. I think that's what I'm going to do is every month I'll make quite a unique character that's unique to my games. But I won't forget to make it, you know, a more generic character for people. D&D is just blown up. I didn't realize how popular it had gone. People do it on, you know, they live stream games, and you got all these celebrities that play it now. So yeah, even custom pieces and stuff. And some people just like to paint them. That's one thing I'm looking forward to, is having people grab them and paint them. Yeah, you're right, Wilco. It's, and I mean, to prototype a board game, I literally have to get a cereal box, cut it up, and I've got my game pieces with video games. if something's broken and they need to fix it, it's obviously like thousands of dollars if it's like a system that's broken. Or yeah, you're absolutely right. And then yeah, D&D, man, it's huge. Beast Wars. I'm trying to remember what Beast Wars was. I remember Transformers Beast Wars, like the CGI cartoon. I freaking love that. I had the figures of that too. Yeah, that was it. Yeah, Beast Wars was sick. I had Megatron. He was a T-Rex. I had the action figure, and he squirt the T-Rex jaw squirt water at people. Good times. Something I've really wanted to sculpt lately. Going back to basketball, I really want to sculpt the Monstars from Space Jam really bad. I had those as toys too when I was a kid. It'd be freaking sweet. Yeah, I don't remember the names either. For some reason, I was like the villains more than the heroes. I always think they're way more badass. The trick with this as well is to break up uniformity. So hair isn't just a big one, a small one, a big one, a small one. Gotta just break it up. I'm getting May vibes from Overwatch with her fluffy snow boots. Some of them come out. And then I get bored of doing the same thing over and over, so I start looking, what else can I jump to? I need to fix these gloves too. They're kind of big blocky things right now. And she's got gazelle horn type lances because we're sticking with that African plains theme. The belt needs a little more love too. It's a little more geometric looking right now. I'll try and do wrinkles in the shirt maybe. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. I should wait. I should wait till the LeBron one drops. Take it easy, man. And I just realized what I just said. Take it easy. It was good hanging out with you, man. I'm going to visit you one day, I swear. I'll bring all my little toys with me. Yeah, feathers would be sweet. Yeah, you got bone, feathers. See the damn standard brush, how good that is for creases. It's perfect. Let's see. Whoops. So I'm doing it over the top right now, and then I'll smooth it down to calm it down, but I want really thick geometric lines. I will, easy. I'll let her know that I spoke to you today. No one could beat Goku, man. I'm more of a Vegeta man myself. It's good speaking to you, easy man. Take care. Let's see. Let's try that again. This is a reckoning. Krillin. Gohan! This is a reckoning. Got a lot of love for Krillin. I didn't realize. Maybe I should just sculpt Krillin's big bald head. You know what? I need to actually do. I really should, kind of like a muscle. I know it's cliche to say it, but I should really be doing like warm up sculpts and stuff. Just little quick half an hour speed sculpts, like nothing perfected. It's got me thinking I should probably do a little Krillin head. I'll print it out, AJ, and give you Krillin. I'll give you a Krillin head, a little doorstop. Next time I see you. I'm not hating on the fact he's bald. It just is satisfying to sculpt. I'll do Krillin with the hole in his chest. And oh man, that'd be sick. I'll do Krillin with a hole in his chest and print him out, put him in one corner of the room, and then in the other corner of the room, just have Frieza with his fingers, just like. And then if you're in the know and you know, and you looked at one and you looked at the other and you lined them up, you'd be like, I see what's happened here. That'd be sick. It's really funny as well. I drive Marissa's old yellow bug and it got smashed in the side of the door and it's got like an impact dent. And I was super, super tempted to just sculpt a tiny little Ant-Man, just like smacking it and just stick him on the side of the car. I should do that, man. That should be a commercial for my 3D printing business. Follically endowed, yeah, with the bun. Yeah, man. I debated a lot. The Frieza saga is the one for me. That was like the first time I watched it on Cartoon Network. Like, holy shit, we're not watching Ed, Edd and Eddy anymore. Boom, 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 boom. Might be overkill here. Smooth it out. No, I didn't watch Invincible yet. It's on Amazon, right? Is it Amazon? Their streaming service? I read a few of the books. Over here, I don't know. AJ will know. I've seen the adverts for it, but I haven't tuned in. I'll check it out. AJ, you give me a list as long as my damn arm to catch up on. I still haven't even watched the rest of Attack on Titan. I find myself watching less and less, you know, for my sins. There's so much stuff. One Punch Man forever, man. It's good. I need recommendations. When it's like a new show, like if you told me to watch One Piece and I know it's like hundreds of episodes and I haven't even started it, I'm just not gonna bother. It's just too much, which is sad, but it's true. Still got loads to do. Look at this belt. Smooth out the edge more. Look at the low poly. That's hidden. Got a feeling this edge is too sharp, and if I try and smooth it, it's gonna... Oh no. It's being my friend. Oh, baby. Do you know what's really funny with this stream? I can highlight a comment. I could like highlight one of your guys' messages. Just do that for a minute. I'll wait for it to catch up. Let me know when you see it. Let me know when you see it. Wait, AJ. I can put it down. Yeah, the thatch, that basket type stuff, I kind of like that with the metal. Hide it. Ugh. Yeah, I need to do a lot more of that admin work, to be fair. Like I said, I've dived in. But my Realmstrider logo is just the doodle I did on a friggin' sketchpad to get an idea of what I wanted the logo to be. So maybe I'll do that after lunch today. In fact, I've just reached 4 hours. Time flies when you're having fun. But I might do that. I might take the time to see if I can clean this up. Just do logos and little overlays for the stream. That's not great. Really difficult to do flat faces like this without that happening. I'll leave it for now, I think. That's what I was doing. Come on. Doesn't seem as strong. There we go. I think I'm going to go to 12:30. May as well. So I'll sculpt for half an hour, and that'll probably do it. I sculpt again after lunch, but I think instead I'll get logos going and stuff, get more of the admin crap. I don't even think you can see it beyond that point. No point in working for stuff that you can't even see. Exactly. You can see that one quite good though. Do you know what? I haven't. I should have asked you. I should have asked you if the stream looks decent. I don't know if I'm streaming at 720 or what, because I was thinking the same thing actually. I've done streams before with like the VR sculpting, and I watched it back, and it's like crap. Oh. And young nasty man. Some rough lines here. Sweet. Sculpting wise, no, man. I can't complain. I can't get into the nitty gritty because I don't fully understand it, but I know ZBrush like offsets a bunch of the performance somehow. It just sounds like magic to me. Damn it. Not enough pixel, polygon density for me to put this detail in. Starting to stretch it, but I can't really add more. This belt is 1 million polys as well. This is a video game asset. It would crash. It would crash the game. Let me see. I think that's ass cheeks. There we go. Thanks for chatting, Anthony. Anthony Reese Jr. No, I'll see you soon, J-Man. I'm sure I'll see you soon. Oh man, that fur cape is still going to take so long. Nope. My stream went funny for a minute. Don't know if it's still working. Yeah, we stay, man. That was weird. I think. Pick a Destiny changed my life, man. And I still know every word. And it's funny because you just meet people. I'm sure you've met people since we watched it. You just meet people over and over, and I feel like they all were like a part of a generation that all had the same experience with it. come over here and like, oh yeah, pick a desk they used to smoke and be in uni and just watch it. And like everyone loves that movie. It actually came up on Netflix over here recently. It got added. I watched it when I come home one night. Every word. And it's like a cult hit. Like it bombed at the time. But yeah, solid times. Yeah, right. Do the what's the Ren and Stimpy artist? I can't remember his name. But he does he animates them doing 3D of those. It's funny because if I kept all the things I want to 3D print, if I did, my desk could just be full of all these little, I don't know, personal tastes, personal references. I'm going to save this right now. And I'm going to try and remember how to do, there's a video output you can do. Let me double check. I think I have to keep all of the history. Not sure. Yeah. That's right. I have to set up time lapse. So I actually don't have time lapse set up, which is a shame. And the history I have here is only what I did with the belt. I guess I could take the stream video and do it that way. It's literally under movie, and I think this is what slows it down. If I record a time lapse right now, let me see how it affects. I'm streaming and recording, and no, it seems pretty decent. Maybe I'll try a time lapse next time. Not bad progress, actually. The cloak needs so much love, it's unreal. Need to get at the gloves. Got to do the rest of the trim. Got to do some with the belt. But we're getting there. I actually have to do a lot more with her face too. It's usually my favorite area. She's a berserker. That's why her eyes look crazy, by the way. I looked at references of lions roaring and they actually have their eyes closed, or squinting at least. But she just looks stupid. So I was like, she's going berserk, so she's going to just have her eyes wide open. Yeah, we're close. Add a couple of stones to the base. Put some more wrinkles around the nose area. The POD. Yeah, but I'd love to do a collab, man. There's so many ways we could do it. We definitely could. Not even just POD. Actually, to sculpt the actual pick of destiny would be cool as well. But yeah, like taking one of your concepts or something. But yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap it. I'm friggin' hungry right now. And I think I won't do it today, but I'll probably sculpt again. I'll probably live stream again later in the week, like 2 sessions a day. But if it's 12 for me, it's 8 for you. It would be 9 till midnight, basically. But this will do for now. I'm going to take screenshots of it. I need to post I need to do all my social media crap and try and get more people. But I think I'll call it quits for now. Just staring at the sun. Perspective. Where's perspective? I've lost it. Here. Makes it look vastly different. I like the green shader, metallic. Take a render. I'll make a cool mini. Need to change the lighting. Let's change it again. My fingers as well. I think I'll have a clenching, which will mean transposing them and moving them. Let's see. Shoot, did you manage to capture it? The shadows obscuring the tail. Wilco, if you managed to capture a time lapse, that'd be insane. You let me know when you stream, as long as it's not like 3 in the morning for me or something. Perspective. Take a screening. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I think I can do one. There'll be some Googling. I should have recorded from the beginning of my Zebra session. But in fact, at the very top, it has the size of the file, depending on how long it runs. In fact, if I just wanted to practice doing it, go to movie, pause, play movie. It was super quick. In fact, the watermark doesn't even fade out because it's not enough. But I'll do that from now on, because that'd be cool content to post. But yeah, send me a time lapse of your stuff at least. I'd love to check that out. And then yeah, I think I'm gonna call it quits. I want to eat some food, so I won't do it today. I won't stream again, but on every day for British time, it'll be 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 8 o'clock in the morning here. And then I'll probably do another one at 9 o'clock at night British time, 1 o'clock here. But thanks for hanging out. It was super cool hanging out. I didn't know who I was going to get. You never do. And we'll see how it goes. Peace out, internet. Take it easy.